Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, January the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William. Maybe somebody in YouTube, if you can let me know, you can hear me, see my screen, that'll help. All right. Well, my tale of woe is this glue, guys. I actually traded this one right here. This was around 3:45. This just showed up. I think well, the first time it showed up, I didn't see it at 3:30, but at 3:45, I actually traded this one. I think I made about $1.50 on the move, and that was it. And I wake up this morning and it's at $25. So, my goodness. So that's glue and trading higher after the. I don't even think I saw the news yesterday. It was phase one. Is it shortable? This is shortable for me. So this reminds me a lot like even less like the one from yesterday that just basically fell all day long. Less meaning I don't think, I mean, this is only phase one news. So anyway, anybody in YouTube? Just want to make sure you guys can hear me. YouTube. My mic is, yeah, my mic's on. So I'd be looking at this as a potential short for the glue. There is a million shares at Interactive Brokers, so available. This is, I think this had the news yesterday afternoon, right? ETYX, I think was halted. Eli Lilly, maybe, but boy, that's a big drop, 25 down to 15. Eli Lilly is maybe looking to buy them. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you very much. Lucy, this is actually it's not technically an earnings play, but they've released preliminary numbers, and that is Lucy, Lucy. Low float, 4 million in the float. William, there is no bio disaster that I can see today. EMAT is not one of them. Not a bio. Looks like this was an IPO from yesterday. I don't really recall it. So, yeah. So I don't see a bio disaster today. Boy, this MNTS, what a tremendous. This was a gap down and reversal play yesterday. You can see what it did. It gap down, and then it reversed. Now it is moving higher, looking at the high of yesterday and challenging the high of Monday. And it takes that out and look out because the next high on the daily chart is 1831. So I'm going to put a price alert maybe a little bit higher at 1181 and see if it takes that out. I don't know if there's any news on it today, specific news. I guess the reason for the downturn yesterday was because of the $5 million. Yeah, so they're raising $5 million at a price of 540, a little less than a million shares. That was after hours on the 5th. So that was the effect yesterday. AXTI, boy, this is one I looked at a lot yesterday, and now it's running. I think it was AXTI. Yeah, because it's an all-time high. Yes, it's an all-time high, and now it is running. You know, I missed out. I see it closed at the high of the day yesterday. I missed out on it. Mobileye, MBLY, now it's getting close to the 200-day moving average. 1422 is the 200-day moving average. Is there any news on this? Well, I'm seeing this and that headline. Warner Brothers turns down Paramount, Skydance again. Trading higher after the company agreed to acquire Menti Robotics in a $900 million cash stock deal. That is for that's Mobileye. A moment. Okay, so that was Mobileye. See anything else? Well, this Houston HOUS and house, but it's looking like they're trying to do a merger. Announced previously announced merger between the real estate and Compass clears the antitrust waiting period. So that is so COMP looks like they're trying to buy HOUS. COMP is trying to buy a little bit. Actually, it's not a lot. Well, 4%. Volume, a lot of volume for Compass, COMP, and they're raising money. They're raising money. So the initial dip was on the announcement that they're raising money in order to buy HOUS, but rebounded nicely. Well, there's the MNTS guys. It's look at the room it's got. 1843 is the next high looking left on a daily chart. And BLY continues to move. Ohms, that's the one I was trying to remember from yesterday. See what it's doing. Okay, it's up 5%. So you can see what it did, though. I mean, it got up to 2237. It closed down here at 16. That was basically a sell all day long after, I would say after the first hour or so. But it's having a bounce. It had news yesterday. Target raised to 32 from 18 by Guggenheim. Wells Fargo raising it to $39. I shouldn't say that. They're maintaining and a target of 39. I don't know if they've raised it or not. If anybody else is piling in on that stock. Morgan Stanley raises target to 33 from 22. Yeah, so there's some analysts getting involved with Alms. But Alms, okay, before I say that, let me see what the news was, if I can find the news. And somebody said, yeah, proposed, that's a proposed public offering, $175 million, but it didn't drop. That's the thing, it did not drop. Lear Inc. is raising it to 32 also. Wedbush raising it to 39. So yeah, so it's pretty interesting. A lot of analysts are piling into this one. They're doing a proposed financing. I don't think the financing price has been determined yet. They do want to raise a lot of money, $175 million. Probably, Miko. Probably. I mean, there's no price announced yet for the financing. So here's the glue. The longer it holds underneath this VWAP, which is around 23.28 or so, $23 or so, because it's only a phase one. It's only phase one, but a ton of volume. Not a low float, 61 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP, just to see if it regains it. I'll also put a price alert at the high in the free market, but I'm really, really interested in a short of this. Okay, so I got my price alert. I'll put a price alert down here around the 25, 22.58 or so. So I'll check, see what happens when the market opens. Well, the 9:30 open. All right, what else? An earnings play here. APOG. APOG is an earnings play. Look at this. Getting kicked. So the company reported worse than expected Q3 sales results and cut its EPS guidance below the estimates, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a big kick down for APOG on earnings. Not too many earnings, but this is a big kick down. Mm-hmm. Well, I keeps moving higher right at that 200-day moving average now. What will it do? Will that block it? That green line on my daily chart, that is a 200-day moving average. Will that block it? Will that act as big resistance? A lot of shorts available on that one for me also. Almost 5 million in interactive brokers. So plenty of shorts available if this really fails to get through that 200-day moving average. So I guess you guys are talking about Lucy, right? Well, here's the 200-day moving average right up here for Lucy, $2. So that could, but you look left, maybe 172, 168, 167. It's kind of right there, that daily high. And the next daily high is a little bit above that, 172. And then there's the 200-day moving average. So I suppose it does have some room to tune. And let's see now, the CEO and the CFO and the COO are all buying shares in the open market for Lucy. I don't see how many, but I'm sure somebody can figure that. Maybe check if you want to. Here's one for those of you who don't mind looking at more expensive stocks. Here's DEC. DECK is on the way down here through the 200-day moving average. Will it hold? Will it hold 100? Standard downgraded it. Okay, with a target of 85. I mean, it's going to get there, of course, but they're downgraded it also. You'll see a price. They're downgrading it too, but okay, ACRV, I had that one also on my list. Where is it now? I don't see it anymore. ACRV. Uh, Okay, it's dipped a little bit. It's only up 7%. The lowest one I've got here is 8%, so that's why it's not showing up. But ACRV trading higher after the company announced it will provide clinical update on its ongoing phase 2B studies, et cetera, et cetera. So that is on updates on January 8th. That's tomorrow. So that's for the ACRV. All right, what is glue doing? So glue is weakening a little bit here now, guys. Weakening a little bit now. Just going to be careful. I mean, but it's interesting because the float is 61 million, so it's not super super low. Actually, it's interesting. Alms's float was about the same float, 69 million. So I just don't think the news and glue was as good as Alms. The SPY, what is the SPY doing early on? So the SPY is mildly positive. Another nice day yesterday. Look at the Dow, up a lot. Qs are up. SPY was up. Is ZI another one that's been very active? Is ZI? It is 451. Wow, it's got room, guys. 644. If I can take out yesterday's high, which is around, so I'll put a price alert in that area. See if it later on takes that out, and then in theory, it would be clear sailing up to here. Not saying it's going to get to 649, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. I'm going to do a quick look at some of the. I just want to keep an eye. I want to see staples, see if it's still weak. Still weak. The only one I think underneath the 200-day moving average. Utilities were touching it, I believe, the day before. Yeah, day before it touched the 200-day, but still a little bit above. So kind of weak though. And oil or energy, let's take a look at energy, XLE. Yeah, I mean it's still the down. Actually, so it was a down day yesterday. Even the market was up, well, but energy was down yesterday. Energy sector. Boy, look at retail. Retail. I mean, there must be people must be thinking the retailers had a great Christmas and all holiday season buying because look at this, way above the 200-day moving average and moving away again. The CDIO really starting to give it up. 430 down to 324. That was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. If there's any news on this one, launches a precision CHD test in India. That was their news. Profit drop. MGIH, the Millennium Group. Joining Vito in our YouTube room and Wushan in our YouTube room. More expensive one, guys. Air. This is an earnings play. Not very much volume yet, but it is an earnings play. Air. Some of the earnings plays. How does Mobileye look? Well, I mean, it's obviously up this morning. Um, it's there is news about it. Looking to acquire this company, Menti Robotics, and a $900 million cash and stock deal. Right at the 200-day moving average. I've been asked, what do I think? This all we can do is look at this and see. Number one, is that 200-day moving average going to stall it right at the area? And APLD, which has been on fire. Yeah, I mean, it's been on fire for the last 3 days. It's very choppy on a daily chart, but no question. Next high looking left is 31.81. Over a dollar to that next high. See if there's trading higher after Freedom Capital markets initiated coverage. $36 price target. Just because they put a $36 price target doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. But I mean that's the news for both of those, Vito. Whether I think they're going to move from here, which I don't know. So really interested in this glue, guys. Just hanging around underneath the VWAP as a potential short. All right, I have to get. Give me a moment. I want to save my layout. All right, just getting my 9:30 layout up and running. Okay, so these are the top six. These are the top six movers right now. My other layout had the top 15 in the pre-market actors up. These are the top six. I think I've talked about them all. TYX, a potential buyout by Eli Lilly. We talked about Lucy, Blue, Momentous, Mobileye, and again, this is a potential buyout by COMP or HOUS. And of course, these two races will not start until 9:30. Again, you guys, if you want your races to start as long as you want, you can do it. I'm just I have auto start at time is 9:30, but if you say auto start on load, then the minute you load trade ideas, whatever time that is, your races will start to work. And they'll work right through the pre-market. Oh, sorry, right through the post-market also. Okay. I've just decided I want to see the races start at 9:30. Close watch on that glue, guys. It's still kind of hanging in this area. Again, it's just early. Look, I don't know if it's going to go down, but I mean, it's early stage trial results. The interesting thing to me is that the float is not crazy low. So that was quite a pop then, William, for VTYX. And on that initial news about the potential buyout by Eli Lilly, getting up to $25. All right, guys, blue is weakening for the market opens. All right, look, well, nice drop. Some guys, I mean, I don't normally do that. Don't normally do that, but I didn't go crazy on it. See if it takes out 22. I'm talking about a short of glue. So now I wish I had a lot more. Hey guys, 927, AZI. I put a price alert there for some reason. Today, I can't remember if I actually did it today. Oh, that's right. Okay, so that's at the high yesterday now. So AZI has a lot of room. 644. Not saying it's going to get there, but all right. Listen, guys, I've taken some off around the 22 mark. Okay, on the glue short. You never know what could happen on the open, the 9:30 open. So if it gets back up to where I shorted it, okay, but I can then maybe do a reshort later. It really takes out 22. And I don't normally take trades in the pre-market, but all right, guys, we've got a minute to the open, 9:30 open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Obviously, pre-market doesn't count. Man, can it really take that big collapse underneath 21 or 22? Spread's getting a little not as good as not great. Are you talking to me, fatty trader? I have no idea. I live in Canada, so I've never had to ask people who live in the States that question probably, but PDT ruling. Hmm. All right, guys, we're now open. So these races are getting set to roll. And yes on the glue short, which I had my entire position, but I mean, it's going to be okay. Now it just popped. See what happens? It just popped. So okay, now I'm out. Okay, I'm out. But now I'm looking to reshort this one if it gets underneath 22 again. That's that's the risk. Did okay on it, but certainly not. Really looking to see if it keeps at 22 again. Dan today probably, but I'll find out a little later. Okay, RC, you're talking about Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, taking over or starting a YouTube stream at noon Eastern. So you can see what it did. It got right into the VWAP. Blue got right into the VWAP, and that momentarily, anyway, has stalled it. And there's our first halt of the day. EMAT halted on the way up. Okay. I don't really recall this one yesterday, but this is obviously an IPO from yesterday. EMAT IPO from yesterday. No volume yet. Look at that, 92,000 shares. I needed to trade yesterday. Traded, 736,000 yesterday. No volume really to speak of yet, 92,000, but it is halted right now. I believe that ACI is an earnings play today, guys. ACI, I believe it's an earnings play. Yes, it is. January 7th, yes. Albertsons is an earnings play today. ACI. Well, the big one from yesterday, AEVA, is really starting to give it up. It's right at the 200-day moving average. AEVA, right at the 200-day moving average. Let's see if that holds it, which is around 1581. Let's see if that holds it, acts as support. If not, the low of yesterday was 1515. There are a lot of shares available. 1.2 million for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, look, I mean, blue's going the other way through the VWAP. Still don't trust it, but and you can see it's actually showing up on both of these, the large cap gainers, and also the this has no the other game. This race here is a way more volatile race. You can see the glue won the first race here. HL guys, so Hecla, this is a gold play. HL. So I don't know if there's anything happening with this one specifically, but let's take a look at gold, GLD, and see if there's any weakness. Probably a little bit, down 1%. Hecla down. Hecla was down 8%. So I mean, this is a lot more than now. Let's take a look at silver. Maybe they've got silver exposure too. Take a look at silver. Yeah, silver. Maybe this has more silver exposure than gold. Silver is down 5%. SLV. Oh, man, going through this again. It seems at the beginning of the day, big chart lag with all the data coming in, I guess. You guys experiencing the same thing? Sometimes it's just a matter of resetting the account a couple of times. Look at my, yeah, this is, hmm. I know I did get hung up in the, I had to reload trade ideas in the pre-market. Again, it might be just because, all the data that comes in right at the beginning. USAR, look at this one now, ripping now, guys. Big 4 days now. USAR. Yeah, I can see lots of silver stocks, gold stocks, especially silver. It's the AG, CDE. We saw the HL. Morning, Todd. APOG, guys. So it's having a little bit of a bounce. It's actually an earnings play. Okay, APOG is an earnings play. What the market is doing initially. So basically flat. Buys up 3 cents right now. No. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to do this thing with my spy chart again. For whatever reason, it just does not want to update. The bars are fine, but it just doesn't want to update. And I know some of you, SKM, are you in the room today? I think you said you had the same issue with the Qs also. And it's weird because it only seems, for me anyway, oh, on the daily. Well, how about intraday? Because you can see, like, the SPY is now up 49 cents, okay, and this is going to be stuck all day. The bars are moving. That's not the issue. But see if I can do this. We got the right number there now. Usually you only have to do that one time, but I just don't know why it's happening. Boy, look at AXTI. Oh, Intel had a pretty brutal day. Was it yesterday that Intel had a pretty brutal day? Maybe the day before. Um, maybe before that. Got up to 41, but it sold off most of the day. Warby had an interesting day. Was it yesterday or the day before that? No, nice day yesterday also for Warby, WRBY. Again, I don't like trading in the first 15. Now, I do see that HOUS appeared in our AI. Remember now, though, it is potential buyout with COMP. So there's the OMS, guys. Very choppy so far in the 2 minute. Yeah, glue is getting closer to that 22 again. Well, if you're going to play a bounce or anything on these silver plays, make sure you have SLV up and running. And whoops, not sell, but SLV. Keep an eye on what the ETF is doing. Silver miners plunge as metal prices drop due to dollar strength. Okay. Okay, so that was a 10-minute halt and then just got halted. Wow, it just got halted again. EMAT, it got halted on the way down now. EMAT got halted on the way down. Lucid is weakening, guys. LCID is weakening. If there's any news on it, Lucid scars are great. Lucid stock is still an easy no. Okay, I don't know if he's saying that, but I saw this one in the pre-market. Actually, yeah, this is taking a bit of a hit. However, there might be some support around the 4 level. ASTI might have some support around the 4 level. Market is surging again. Is your second, or this is the third 5-minute candle starting. All right, guys, we are now at the time in which we start to look at. Okay, so these are gap down and goes. Okay, these are for these silver and gold stocks, especially. I'm sure Precious and base metals. I'm sure Hecla must have some exposure to silver. The way it's down. Also CDE. Now Fro. Well, you can see it's already. For me, it doesn't have enough. Well, obviously, it didn't have enough room here. 2310 is the next high, but then look left. 2321, 2332, 2330. For me, it just doesn't have enough room to move before it could possibly get stalled. I wish 24. These highs are up here at 24. So, I'm not saying it's going to get stalled here, but and this is showing up on the gap up in gold. That's why I'm looking at it. I mean, it may just rip through all this, but is there any news on this one? Energy sector, ownership and operation of oil and product tankers. More of a tanker, I guess, like a freight business. So, but I mean, look, it may not care about all this. GME is actually showing up in the continue gap scanner. High looking left on the daily chart, 2276. I think I saw some news on it. GME up after granting stock options award to Ryan Cohen. Again, silver, AG down. Coming right into the next flow looking left is fairly close, 1650 or so. So here's a reversal play now, guys. Mobileye is a reversal play. MBLY, a reversal play. So yeah, had the nice pop up, but did not sustain it. You can see what it did actually. It got right into the 200-day moving average. We were wondering about that in the pre-market. Would it be able to take it out? Okay, guys, I'm interested in a short on this one. Mobileye, MBLY, is showing up on my gap up and reversal scan. And how well it holds underneath 13. All right, guys. Well, as long as it holds under 12 for Mobileye, for me, watching it, guys. I want to see if it can hold under 12. I want to see it get down to maybe 12.85 or so, and then I'll probably take that short. All right. Well, let's see if it's got any legs on the way down now for Mobileye. Another one that's the gap down and go, STNE, another a gap down and go. But well, 1382 is the next low looking left, so that could act as support. You can see that was last month low also, so that could act as some support. Oh, 13, you're right. Sorry, Grumpy. Yes, I meant 13, not 12 on the mobile eye. All right, now this is showing up as a gap up and go now, ALMS. It's scary, perhaps, but based on what it did yesterday, the big sell off from the high, it still closed up a lot in terms of the percentage move it did. Okay, here's a nuke, guys. This is a gap down and reversal play for nuke, for the one of the nukes, SMR. The high yesterday was a little over 20, 2017 or so. This is a gap down and a reversal play for SMR. Now, this is interesting. Maybe the silver plays are turning around because here's a gap down and reversal for HYMC. This is a silver play. Okay, gap down and reversal. So, how we're going to take this one, I want to take a look at what silver is doing, SLV, and see if it's popping also. Not really. I mean, it's up a little. I mean, but it's not. So the HYMC is more trading on its own compared to the index. You guys are talking about till. Is that still your? Is that 7? Yeah, interesting. Up to 726. This was the brilliant call by William yesterday. I told you to get good sleep last night. So what's on? What's on? What's the one for today? We didn't have a bio disaster today, so nothing that I saw anyway. Free market. Well, remember I was talking about Fro and how I thought maybe these areas would stall it. So far, no. But if you took it, your next high is 23.95, so you have room. This silly one, FOFO, FOFO, it just got halted on the way down. Okay, remember these? Remember that month? I think it was an IPO this month. And I still have my doubts about glue holding on here, sitting at 23. All right, guys, it's 9:55, so I'm going to go over my homepage right now. First of all, I want to go over these concept of racing. Watching the Mobileye, it's resisted taking some profit. I should have, I guess. All right, well, here is my homepage link. I'm going to go over the information you can find on my homepage. Yeah, MNTS is nonstop. Wow, what a great reversal play yesterday. And now when you look at it, I mean, I said in the pre-market, I mean, look at all the room it's got. 1830, not saying it's getting there, of course, but in terms of that's the next high looking left on a daily chart. So, all right, clicking on my homepage link. And guess what? I saw the email that went out to everybody yesterday. You're on an email list. So this promo is still alive. I guess they said they're going to extend it to the end of the week. So you still have time to take out a subscription, getting a great discount. You can get 28% off a premium annual subscription. Okay, a premium annual, and you can get 25% off the rest of them. What are the rest of them? So the standard annual, you can get 25% off, or you can get 25% off a premium monthly or a standard monthly subscription. And please listen carefully. I cannot understand why people they obviously don't read. When you take out a monthly subscription, you're going to get that promo or whatever it is at the time, so 25% off, but it's for the first month only. Okay, first month only. You get all upset about how come I'm being charged full rate. Well, you got to read. Okay, so it's for the first month only, the 25% discount. And 25%, of course, for the entire year on a standard, 28% for the entire year on a premium. So just read it. And if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? Well, help. I moderate two trading rooms, YouTube room and what I call the main room. For those of you in YouTube, there is another room called the trading room. A lot more action in that, more traders in the room and interacting with each other. Okay. So if you're looking for a little more action, you can come over from the YouTube room and get into here. It's free, the same thing. A little more. YouTube has about an 8-second delay on it. Not by us. YouTube puts that on. This has no delay. And also, this room, the trading room, is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't open YouTube until about 8:30. You get on both mics at around 9, or on the mic for both rooms at around 9 o'clock. So why don't I open the room? I don't open the room. Obi in the trading room opens the room. Thank you very much again every day. I'm going to thank you for opening the trading room at 6:45. I live in Vancouver, Canada. A little early for me at 3:45. So thank you, Obi, for opening it up at 6:45 Eastern time. You guys have a real advantage in the Eastern time zone for trading the pre-market. Now, the trading room is also usually open after I leave. I leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always say later if there are questions. But William, most of the time in the trading room, is keeping it open after I leave. Seems to be 3:45, seems to be about the sweet spot. Doesn't have to. Neither of these gentlemen have to do that. So thank you very much. We'll wait to see what William is going to do. So, having said all that, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do, go to the education section, click on the more info, and first thing you must do is the getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos. Okay, that'll get you started. So glue is a gap up and go now, guys. So it's defying the odds. I really thought that would collapse. It may later on. So 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, You can start off with the second video and go to the end. It should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. Try us for a month. If within a month you don't like it, just let us know and it's just a month-to-month subscription. So within a month, if you don't like it, just let us know and we'll unsubscribe you. Okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. Now, if you clicked on my homepage link, you can scroll down a little bit more and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is simple. Simple. It's free, right? It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It may be there. When you get the trade of the week, you'll get it as an email. It'll give you a suggested entry and a suggested stop. These are designed for longer term holds. How you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. Okay. Now, looking for the information on this screen that you can see and some of the other ones that I've created. Click down. So if you click on my homepage link, go down to the custom scan section. So here's what you can see. The large cap gainers is right here. The biggest gainers, which has nothing to do with market cap, a lot more volatile arrays. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Something you can take a look at. These are what we call a compare count window, comparing two competing scans. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Pulse resumes is right here. And I have this one up and running, the gap scan. I have it up and running on another monitor. You can take a look at it. I also have two others that I don't have up and running, the momentum scan and the Pepe combo scan. So if you have any questions about these, I'm going to go over the race in a little bit. The difference is, well, Steve comes up with one trade for the week, okay? And it's free. So that's a big difference. The TI ones that get sent out, part of the standard service, or I mean, some, I have no idea how many do that, $17 a month just for those picks. So they're very different. One's free, the other isn't. All right, Mobileye, yeah, starting to pay. Yeah, Mobileye starting to pay. MBLY starting to pay. All right, guys. Wow, there's Albertson. That was a great short that I didn't take. Albertson, the ACI, it's probably up around this area. It's an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays. And down she goes. All right, Mobileye picking up a little more steam now. This was a gap. That was a gap up and reversal. And this is what I'm talking about. Actually, quite a few in this scan today. Yeah, a lot of gold silver plays. Notice nothing starts in this scan for me until 9:45. That's by design. So the Mobileye was showed up here at 9:48. Gap up and reverse. Guys are interested in an explanation about the gap scan? Yeah, just let me know. All right. Now, what I might do at the 50 cent mark, if it gets down there, yeah, I mean, there's still room to go. I'm not saying it's going to get down here, but there it is, 1171. But this is a classic, guys. We talked about this in the pre-market. Could the 200-day moving average stall it? Now, not only did it really stalled it, that green line you see in my daily chart, that acted as, I mean, I know it popped a little bit above it, but the area of the 200-day moving average really stalled it. Now, you see on the 2-minute chart, you see, and even on the five, you see how it's getting away from the wave? So I'm going to cover some right here. Okay, I'm covering some right here. Okay, you don't have to do the same thing, but I'm going to cover some right in this area. I like to see if I'm short something, I like to see that the top of the bars are still kind of in touch with the bottom of the wave. They're the five is definitely away, but on the two, it's just starting. So it's getting a little more parabolic, which when I see that, I start to think that, if you were short this, you might be starting to take some profit. You don't have to do the same thing. But now I can continue to ride that wave down, okay? Well, mention that Intel. What is it doing? It had Intel, INTC. It is going crazy. Yes, it is going crazy. That's a great move. I mean, 4 billion in the float to do this very in a very steady way. So let's take a look at these races, okay? And the concept of racing. Before I do, excuse you guys, but here we go. So click on my homepage link. So my homepage link is already in our YouTube room. The last thing I posted, so it's there. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what I want to just show you something. So you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is the user guide. Click on that because I'm going to go over and expand this just a little bit so you can see it. I'm going to go over TI stock racing and the concept of it. Okay. What I'm going to explain here, these are these are my races, but here's how you can create your own races based on your own set of parameters. Okay, notice I'm running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time frame you want. Create all races start from a top list window. Okay, but let me go over this race. So you notice that at the top here, SMX is up seven. Well, and it won the race. Okay, it just won the last race, and it obviously had won one race before. What that number beside the symbol means is that how many races has a stock won? So SMX has now won two races. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list built for you, okay, which is really good in that you can really then pay attention. Just watch those stocks all day long if that's what you want to do. It gives you some focus. And the same thing happens in the large cap. It gives you some focus. Now, I'm running 4-minute races. And so right now, BTAI, which has been very active stock in the past, this is up 2% since the race started. Okay, so the race started almost a minute ago. So since the race started, this stock is up the most percentage wise. And I'm gonna show you the list of stocks that it for how I generated the list of stocks. But that's what these percentages mean. So here's what I would do. I mean, if a stock is at the high leading a race, I'd click on it, see what's happening. You don't have to wait for the race to be over in order for you to click on the symbol. Okay. If you like the way this is setting up, obviously you have to have some trading experience. But if you like the way BTAI is setting up, maybe that becomes a potential trade for you. Okay. Here's NVVE of 5%. It looks like it's trying to hold a VWAP. If that's your style of trading, that might be something of interest to you. Okay, so you don't have to wait for the race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol. In fact, if you see anything in here, I would click on it just to see what is happening. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. Other thing to do is when a stock has won a race, in this top 10, click on it. Take a look at Rhyme. Let's see what's happening with it. So, here's Rhyme, RIME. It's butting its head up against the VWAP. Maybe that acts as resistance. You have shorts available for that. Maybe that's something that you want to do. You can't get through the VWAP. Or it might have been coming down into the VWAP from above. Maybe that would have acted as support. Okay, so this can be good for stocks pulling back into an area that you might like. And obviously you have to have some trading experience. But at least it gives you what it does. It gives you a list of stocks to focus on. Now this list can change. More than likely these top stocks are not going to. So let's take a look at the NVVE. So when you look at this, when I look at this, I look and I see the next high is 420. It'd be interesting, got to get through 4. That could stall it, but then the next high is 420. Probably a low float, 1 million in the float, yes. 23 million have traded, 123 times normal. That could be of interest to you. Wow. Mobileye. Well, I bet you took that one, right, Grumpy? I think you probably took it. Now, it still has room, and it's going to get down here, but still has room. So, why are these stocks showing up? That has to be your question. If it isn't, you do not have an inquiring mind. Okay, but seriously, why are these stocks showing up? I'm going to right click and I'm going to open the top list. Notice that that's an option I have. Open the top list. Remember what I said earlier. All races start from a top list window. Notice if I right click on my top list window, launch the real-time stock race, okay? So this is the list of stocks that this race is looking at. Why are these in here? Well, I've constructed a top list looking for the things I want to see. So if I right click and click on configure, again, this is me. It doesn't have to be you. This is so if I click on the summary, the price has to be between $1 and $50, 500,000 shares minimum have traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close, okay? Those are my requirements. So if a stock meets those requirements, it's going to show up in this list of stocks. Now, before we had races, and you can still use a top list like this, you can sort on any column header that you've got, okay? So I've got the change from the close, the C%. So if you double left click, if I want to sort on the change from the open, just double left click, okay? So NVDE is up 62% from its opening trade. It's also up 66% from yesterday's close. I'll double left click again. So this is, so consequently, probably this stock is going to show up here a lot, because, people are always drawn to the stocks that are up the most, usually. They're usually always in play. Here's blue. Well, glad I didn't hold on to that short. So that's how you can use a top list window. You want to see the stocks that are up the most today based on your price range and volume and all that. So you can do it. You want to see the stocks that are down the most today. That's how you could do it. You want to see stock not here because I'd have to have stocks down for the day, but you want to see the stocks moving the most in 5 minutes long as you have a column header that is a change in 5 minutes percent, you can do it. So, I mean, our top lists are great, because you can sort out any column header you want. Want to find the stock that has the most relative volume today? Here it is, blue, 124 times normal. So that's all well and good. But what the race does, well, look at that RGC. Remember, I saw it yesterday at 30. Now, what the race does, though, it doesn't care if the stock is, most up from yesterday's close. All it cares about is where is RGC? Well, there it is here, up here. But all it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. All it cares about. So here's Warby. I know I mentioned Warby a little earlier, WRIB. It's up 3% from yesterday's close. But what if Warby, for whatever reason, started to move? It was up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks to try to find one that's moving up? Well, you don't have to. That's what the race does for you. Okay, that is the concept of the races. It doesn't discriminate about whether a stock is up the most at the top here or right at the bottom here. Doesn't care. What's moving the most since the race started? So that's how you can start to pick off some stocks that are, not necessarily up already 64%, but down in this area. Not saying it's going to happen. Something that probably WVE from yesterday. This was turned out to be a fantastic short. It really faded most of the day, but maybe it's going to get started again. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense to you, and you can start your own race based on your own set of parameters. I'm looking at this one. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe you want something else in terms of minimum volume. Maybe you don't care if the stock is up 2%, or maybe you want it to be up more. Maybe you want to add a filter in. If you have any trading experience, add a filter in that you like to use. Okay, you can create your own top list window and then run the race on it. Okay. Now, the difference between this race and this race is that I've added a couple of filters. This is a large cap race. So this top list will not be as big. Yeah, see how a few stocks are in it compared to this one. Now, it doesn't mean that these are the only stocks that are going to show up all day long. This will be dynamically changing. Why? Well, if I right click on it and click on configure. So these are the major changes. I've also got a different price range, and all customizable by you guys. 200,000 shares minimum, up 2% from yesterday's close. But this is these three filters are the big changes. $500 million market cap minimum, 50 million minimum float. Also, the stock has to be near the high of the day. This daily filter, position and range, I've got it at 95. If I put 100 there, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So at 95%, that means it's very close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. You don't have to have the same thing. And this list will change though, because obviously, maybe stocks near the high of the day and they start to drop, or a stock comes in near the high of the day. It'll get added to the list. You can also do things like create your own watch list, symbol list of stocks you want to follow. Okay, if you know how to do that, maybe 20 or 30 stocks, make sure it's a sufficient number. In other words, you don't want to, 2 or 3, you don't want to run a race where there's only 2 or 3 symbols, but pick a number that makes sense to you. You could see how that just expanded. And then you could create your own symbol list, watch list of stocks you want to follow all day long, and just create a race on it. So remember, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I happen to be doing something in which I can't answer like right away. I can't answer it. I'll let you know. But Now what I can answer, what I cannot answer are questions about your account. Okay, I can direct you to people who can, though. So, wow, this is a great. I have to demonstrate this one, guys. The momentous, okay, the MNTS. Now, this came from our AI. Look what happened. So, anybody with the our AI, you should, in my opinion, if you go to our channel, I think it's way too complicated for, especially if you're, just sort of starting out. I would do this, okay? So anybody, so you put your hands up right now. You have the AI. This is what I would do. Click on New from the toolbar, and then click on the middle one. There are three that say start off with Premium AI. Click on the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay. When you do that, this is something you will see something that looks like this. Okay. These are the four alerts that we've had today. Now, uncheck the profitable trades. Uncheck it. You want to see them all day long. It's like a watch list. A trade may not be profitable at the beginning. Maybe it drops. Maybe it sets up at a lower price. Okay, so uncheck it so you can see them all day long. But more importantly, look what happened with Momentous MNTS. It actually hit. The alert was at 941. The entry suggested. I hate calling it the entry price because I think people get hung up on that. That if it went, they want to get into it, and then it's at 1285. They think they've missed it. Okay, that's the alert price. But look what happened. It actually hit the stop. Okay, it hit the stop, 1237. So it went up and it hit the stop. If the stock does that and then comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, you will get a re-entry price. Nothing highly scientific about it, but it is halfway between. So 1261 is halfway between 1237 and 1280. So a lot of people, that's what they wait for. Notice there no other stock has done that today. A lot of people, when with their AI, they sort of dismiss the first, the original alert and wait to see if there's a re-entry. Again, sometimes there won't be one, but look at that re-entry at 1261. Pretty darn good. When the stock goes up $2 from that re-entry. I'm not saying that's going to happen every single time. Now, the reason why you want to take off the profitable is because you never would have seen that. Okay, you can see it now, but when MNTS was at 1261, it was underneath the original entry, so you would not have seen that. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna keep hammering at the company because I think the default is to have the profitable trades checked. But why do that? Because you're going to miss the reentry. And if you don't have these reentry time and price and stop, you make sure you add them. Okay, go to in the body here, right click, and go down to columns, and it's all alphabetical order. It's in alphabetical order. Go down to the reentries. Okay, here they are. So all you have to do is left click on it, left click to highlight it, and then left arrow it over. Okay, and then it'll be in the column. So please do that. So any questions about that, just let me know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why the company does that. I mean, especially with the reentry. I mean, it's such a powerful thing. Now, the other thing, remember, you can put a sound alert on your AI window, and you'll get a sound alert on the reentry also, not just on the original alert price. And if you don't know how to do that, right click and go to actions and just follow these instructions. Click on the play sound, set up the sound. You can have text to speech if you want, which will give you the choice, female or male voice. Okay, female or male voice. You can also go down to here, use custom sound. Click on that and click on the select sound. And here are three folders that we've created for you. So you click on the folder. Here's some sound alerts in here. You want to hear, you might want to click on the gong as an example. Let's click on it. You open it, then you play it. If you like the sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached. Okay, gets attached to the window. So let me ask you this. So when people load, I want to make sure, because I do want to keep hammering at the company to get rid of checking the profitable. 'Cause most people don't even know necessarily about. Well, first of all, let me ask you this: if were these columns part of the default? Because these should be part of the default now. So when you load, I mean, these columns here are up to you, but these should be part of the default when you load this window for the first time. Because if it's not, we're burying this very wonderful little alert that a lot of people don't even realize exists. All right, guys, what time is it now? 10:28. So we check in a little while to see if Dan is actually going to do a YouTube stream today, and the CEO from Trade Ideas. SkyT is on the move here, guys. SKYT on the move. It's just taken out yesterday's high. Boy, glue is really surprising me. It's hanging tough. Did have that dip right back down to the VWAP. That was at 1022. Down to the VWAP, but it is hanging in there. I'm very surprised. I thought it would really give it up. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, no, no, I'm sorry. I just got sidelined there for a second. Well, more than a second, I guess. All right, guys. For those of you who love those sub $1 stocks, here's one IMUX. It's popping a bit here. IMUX. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, one moment. All right, sorry about that again. Okay. All right, what am I doing here now, guys? Okay, Burks, let me help you on that. So you should see something like this. If I click on new, okay, you click on new from the toolbar, and okay, you see this. I'm pointing at a premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, the three that start off with premium AI. You want the middle one. So I'm pointing at it. Do you have it? You should have that when you click on the toolbar. Okay, so click on it. When you do that, you should see something like this. Okay, now you might have different column headers, and again, if you don't have these reentries, you're going to have to add them. Okay, but the other thing is, the filter may say it may have profitable checked. Uncheck it. Uncheck it. Okay, you following along? Remember, you're not going into the channel. Forget the channel. Channel is way too complicated, in my opinion. Too much coming at you. When you say not coming up, what do you mean by that? You mean this box? You're for sure you're a premium subscriber, right? So when you click on new, premium AI strategy trades window, are you seeing the option there at least to see the option? Are you sure you're a premium? Okay. And so when you click on it, you don't, the box doesn't pop. Now, is it possible? Now, first of all, you for sure you're a premium subscriber, right? You have access, you're paying for a premium subscription for sure, 100%. Because otherwise, of course, you won't see this. Oh, well, how much are you paying a month? Or did you take it a yearly? Just give me an idea how much you're paying. That'll tell you. You're not sure how much you're paying? Yeah, but it was okay. Then you don't have access to the AI then. Okay. You purchase an annual standard subscription, which is fine. You don't have access then to the AI. That's why it's not popping up. Okay. So that's why. Yeah. I mean, we've gotten I don't know what that means. Trade Pro AI. All I know is that if you got if it's not loading, it means you have a standard subscription. I don't know why it says Pro AI. We got very cute, we should just have standard premium. That's it. Standard premium, standard premium. But we've got, got the birdie bundle, the eagle bundle, and all these things. I mean, Dan's a big golfer, so all right, guys. But you should know how much okay, let me ask you this to make sure, Burks. It should have been under $1,000. Okay. It should have been under $1,000 that you paid for, 600 and something perhaps. Okay. You definitely don't have premium service in. Okay. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at Mobileye. Now, remember, I took some off at the 1250 mark, okay, a little earlier. And I there's no question that I would have been out of everything on that little pop up. But notice that it did not turn blue. The wave did not turn blue. So that allowed me to hold on, okay, until it turned blue. It did not turn blue. And so that's how I'm using the wave. People ask, how do I use the wave? It's not a matter of seeing a sell or a flag. It's if I'm in the trade, I want to follow the wave. I would now had I not I took some off earlier than even this one. Okay, I got out or took some covered some around the 1250 mark. Okay, there's no question though. If I hadn't got out some there, I would have got out some at this time because it's starting to pop up, but it did not turn, and now I'm still in it. I mean, this has been the biggest advancement in my trading. Seriously, is keeping in a trade a lot longer by sort of trusting the wave. Now, around that whole number, I might got almost down to it. I'm going to put a price alert right around 12.13. See if it's down there again. Now, more than likely, if I go to a 1 minute chart, it's very possible that that would have turned blue. Yeah, I see a little blue. So that is, so had I not taken anything off, okay, then the minute that turned blue on a 1 minute, because you can see that it's starting to curl. No question, take some off. Okay, then that allows you to hold on if you've taken some off. You don't get so antsy. Well, I see GME is, yeah, it's definitely alive today based on that little news they put out. Proposes a CEO package tied to extraordinary growth. I mean, it's got room. I mean, the next high is 22.77, so about $1 away from the next high. All right, let's see if Albertson ACI has any bounce potential. You can see again, if you had taken this trade right here, okay, if you'd taken the short, talked about this a little earlier. This is an earnings play. You're taking the short, you're riding the wave, riding the wave, riding the wave. When you see the little upturn here, yeah, take some off, but don't get out of your entire position. It did not go from orange to blue. And then you take off some right there, and then you can keep riding that wave down. If you don't know how to get the wave on your charts, let me know. I'm just surprised more people don't ask me about it. Well, maybe everybody in both rooms have got it. It's part of the standard service. I just find it a tremendous visual aid. And notice it depends on the time frame you're using. Also, sometimes another time frame will show a different color. I agree, William, 100%. William is saying, and William, he's an astute trader for many years. But yeah, the wave is one of the best things TI has added to the program in years. I completely agree. So if you want to know more about the wave, it's part of the service. So take advantage of it. Just click on New from the toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, and this will give you an idea of what it's looking for. If you click on, these are all theme-based channels. So you click on the Ripsters Rippers, okay, and there'll be a video that'll pop out. It's popped up on my other monitor, but this is the video. You can, it's a little over 5 minutes long. Give you an idea about what the wave is all about, okay? You don't see it. It might be tucked in behind your channel, okay? It's possible it's behind your channel, but you can get an idea about what it looks like. And again, I'm not trying to nag people, but one of the common questions, how do I know when to get out of a trade? How do I know when to take profit? I'm not saying this is the be all and the end all, but it sure has helped me. You know, I don't put targets on trades. I don't. Somebody, what's your target? I have no target. Now, I'm always looking left to see where the next high is if I'm going long, or the next low is if I'm going short. It's not a target. It just, but I just do that to make sure I have enough room for it for a stock to move before it does hit that next high. Doesn't mean it's going to come anywhere close to that next high. Well, yeah, SKM. I mean, in April, when the indices, especially, this, well, probably pick an indice, but the SPY was going crazy with huge moves either up or down. The wave was insanely good. Obviously, if a stock is chopping around, not so good. But then you don't, you don't want to be in a stock that is chopping around that much if you can help it. Yeah, I mean, for me, the trust was just the ability to hold on to the trade until it went to another color. Now, depends when you get into the trade. I mean, if you're in up here and you're writing it down, 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 you know, these little jog ups aren't that big a deal. But if you took the trade right here, okay, it's a little harder. See, I'm the reverse SKM. When the band expands that because that to me means it's become a little more parabolic. So I'm a completely the reverse. Oh, when the band got really small, I sold almost every time. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the reverse for me. The best wave is a narrow wave with the bars touching, if you're short, touching the bottom of the wave, keeping in contact. In my opinion, I mean, this is there's no video on this that I have seen. It's just through what I've noticed over the last several months in having the wave. Well, we have a really quiet group today. Both so DN Edsel. Yeah, again, for me, it's not a matter of seeing the buy flag or seeing the sell flag. Okay, I mean, it's that's for me. That's not what it's all about. It's about if I click on a symbol and I like the way it's see, I didn't see this sell flag up here. That's not what got me into it. Okay. I watched it come down. First of all, that sell flag was in the open. I could have, if I'd been very aggressive, sure. But you cannot get an alert. Like you can't create a scan that says, okay, show me when a sell flag shows up or a buy flag shows up. For me, though, it's clicking on the symbol. And if I like how it's trading, regardless of seeing the sell flag early, I'll take the trade. Then I just follow the wave. So I wouldn't get too frustrated. It's a matter of clicking on a symbol, and if you like the way it's trading, then when you get into it, then trying to follow the wave after that. Well, Mobileye was something that we saw in the pre-market, number one. Okay, MBLY, we saw that in the pre-market. I talked about that in the pre-market. So this was something that I was going to be watching because, and how we found that in the pre-market, that was in my pre-market actives up. I don't know what time you got into the room, but you can see what happened. I was talking about this in the pre-market, saying, well, there is a 200-day moving average, and will that stall it? Well, it certainly did. So that is something that I was following. Number one. Then in my in my gap continuation or reversal scan, it showed up at 948. The price was 1307. Somebody said, "Well, wait a minute, 1307, but it was 1427 up here. Way too late." Well, is it? you know. So it showed up here also in my gap up and reverse, gap up and reverse. It would not have shown up in these races because now it could show up later on in a race if it pops. But again, something that we were watching, because I was watching. So I also, I have another monitor. I have two monitors, other monitors, and so I thumbnailed the chart. So I had a little Great Ideas chart with MBLY on it, and was watching it also. So, what type of stocks are you interested in? Just out of curiosity, what sort of stocks are you interested in terms of like, is it a price range, minimum volume, market cap, like what? Because he's saying you're having a tough lot to learn finding the fresh buy signals. So again, don't think you have to see a sell or a buy. If I had clicked on Mobileye, okay, and there was also a sell signal, great, okay. Well, of course, you can easily create a scan for that, right? I mean, low float, depending on what you think is a low float. Have you created a scan that has something like that? The problem is a pharma, okay, but you may not. I mean, you could create a symbol list and put, all these low float. I don't think we have one readily available. But as far as high relative volume and low float, I mean, that's simple enough to do and up to date, depending on how much you want it to be up. That is relative. That's very simple to do. Okay, so news, if you're relying on our news, don't. Now, again, the CEO of Trade Ideas is going to be, well, before I say that, break his heart, Pepe. He listens to you. I know he sounds like he always has like a conversation with you. Don't, let's be honest. Let's be honest. If the beta is buggy and there's other things that are just, news is something that just give me a moment. I just want to confirm that Dan will be starting. Yeah. So our news, don't rely on our news. Okay. First of all, I know we're trying to get it better. Okay. We're trying to get it better, a lot more relevant. But what I rely on is my Interactive Brokers headlines. Okay. So, I mean, I love Interactive Brokers. I think, IB for me has been wonderful. It's been incredibly reliable in terms of, I don't think I've had I've had it now for 10 years. I think in January, I'm sure I'm going to get a little notice for them. Thank you for being a long-term subscriber. But I don't think it is frozen on me once in 10 years. But I like their news. It's not like a pay news service where you might get the absolute late breaking, but Certainly in the pre-market, you can certainly start. You can certainly see the late break, like the news that's relevant. Don't use their simulator. Use our simulator. You should use our simulator. Or did you know we had one? Which you got nothing to do with IB. That's too bad. Yeah, we have a simulator, and it's called, it's Brokerage Plus. It's is it? Yeah, so you can take trades. You can practice trading right here. So if I click on a symbol, well, first of all, I got to attach it. Oh no, don't be hung up, please. Okay. Don't look at these things, okay? I just okay, yeah. So you can click on a symbol, IPSC. I clicked on it. You can pick how many shares you want, either from a drop-down menu or the actual number of shares. And well, let's say I wanted 300 shares. IPSC, bid ask is okay. Click on the buy, and then I send it. Okay, now I'm in the trade. Never mind these ones before. This is something that I'd obviously done before, but so now here's how you can practice trading. Here's your IPSC, and you can build and you can practice trading. But this has nothing to do with interactive brokers. Okay, I mean, you can stick with Webull. I mean, you don't have to go back to IB or anything, but you can stick with Webull if you want. Webull if you want. This has got nothing to do with interactive brokers. It takes our real time data. Okay, and you're right. The IB connection that you need, to is it's going to cost you half a cent a share. Doesn't bother me, but it's not free commissions. No. So anyway, that's how you can do it. Okay, you just have to make sure in this broker section where it says, make sure you're connected to TI paper trading, and then it's real time data. You can practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, here's how you can flatten it. Well, yeah, here are some hotkeys, and as I understood, you can add hotkeys. You can edit these hotkeys, as I now understand. But if you want to get out of a trade, you just flatten it. So if I want to get out of this trade right here, this ALEC, I just highlight it, flatten it, will get me out of the trade. I can get out of half my position. I could double my position. I could reverse it. If I'm short, I want to go long, or vice versa, I can just reverse it. Okay, stuff like that. But I guess you can. There is that Brokerage Plus. Okay, yes. So you can create your own hotkeys. Don't ask me. I mean, I can show you how you do it. I don't use hotkeys, but here, if you click on Tools and then Options, and then go down to Brokerage Plus, and you see where it says Quick Buttons, and you create new. So if you have if you want to create a new hotkey over here, or I'm not sure you can actually. Not sure if you can actually modify this. I don't think you can't modify these ones, though, right? But if you wanted to get out of a third your position instead of half, then you could create a new one or do other things. I don't think you can. I don't think you can actually, but you can get rid of them all and create all your own. I can see right here, remove. Okay. 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 It will be Dan in our YouTube room. He will not in the feed that I have got going. Okay. He likes to start his own. So this is your opportunity in about an hour from now. Actually, it usually starts a little bit before noon, but I don't have the link yet. But this is your opportunity to ask the CEO questions. Okay. So don't sit there all frustrated. No, I don't know what he's going to, how he's going to answer the questions. You might say, "I want this." You might say, I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. Whatever you want, but you can ask him things. News. And I guess he's going to talk about this, the super system. He's going to talk about this. I guess Steve is Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. First of all, he told me that Dan will be in our. We'll start his YouTube stream. And he says he'll probably talk about this, his new money machine setting. It's momentum hunting, and it's based on this. So, no excuses, guys. If you're sitting there, you have no excuses. He does this now. I'll be back to a normal routine between 12 and 1 every Wednesday, Eastern time. Yeah, I mean, I was had my doubts about the Houston. It's from our AI also. It's a potential buyout by COMP. I think what they said was the hurdles have been Compass. This is the company buying them, and they're doing raising money in order to fund the acquisition. And you can see they're both up. Both Comp and Houston are both HOUS, both up. So I'm sure he's going to share this. But let's take a look at what it's looking for. Okay. Okay. So he's got a lot of filters in here. A lot of filters in here. But I'm going to let him do it. Okay. I'm sure he's going to share this. This is a big one from not yesterday, the day before. Trying to come back. It's almost at the high of yesterday. Almost. This is GHRS. Grumpy, you still in the Mobileye or anybody else? Looks. I mean, I'm hanging on. There's no reason for me to get out of it yet. Okay, it's on the shorter course. Ride the wave. Yeah, look at this. You just made a well, just hit my little price alert. Well, gold. I hate to cheer against you, but I will. I'm hoping. I mean, it still has a. I mean, it may struggle to get through 12. So this is what I personally wouldn't do. If somebody comes on and say, "Well, I'm long," I'm taking a long in Mobileye, I wouldn't then start a Mobileye short. I'm not going to go against anybody in the room, but I happen to be in the short from a long, long time ago. So, all right, guys, let's see what is happening here. OSS. Any long ideas? That's from develop in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really looked at anything other than the Mobileye today, and of course my initial short on glue in the pre-market that did okay. I was really thinking it would collapse. I really haven't looked at any. I mean, there's been a ton of long. Look at OSS. I'm not saying to go long now. But I don't have anything that I'm eyeing right now as a long. I mean, SMX has been on a run, but I mean, you're chasing it. Okay, you're chasing it. Ah, INDS. Now I wonder, is this pulling back into something? No, it's not. Remember, this was a big one from 2 days ago, 1531, and now, okay, kind of interesting, perhaps. It's at the VWAP. Sorry, at the 200-day moving average, 1298. It's a little bit above it. This might give us something. And the high today was what 1383 or so, 1366. So traders are going to be looking at what happened 2 days ago. But remember, it's a very low float, 940,000 in the float. So you've got that to deal with the volatility. So I mean, you might want to look at INDS if it holds 13 and RGC. My goodness. I saw this one. Well, we saw this one 2 days ago. That's when it started again. Now, this one back in June, got up to $80, and then it completely collapsed. It's not even really a low float, 56 million. And I think we always used to look for any reason why. I don't think we could ever really find a reason why. It's just one of these things that was trading. It's a China stock, Hong Kong. But I remember watching it yesterday as it got over 30. I thought, you know what? Maybe just take a few. Well, I didn't. Now this looks like it's turning into more of a fade now, the MNTS, doesn't it? You know, it had a nice move up, little stall, couple of sell flags, but there was a buy flag, you know, so I mean it's but I'm quite content right now just to see what happens with Mobileye, the MBLY. I mean, it looks like it is stalling at that whole number, 12. Yeah, SMX. Any press release on it today, William? I don't see any. And no, if you're looking at this chart and you're thinking, "Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? This went up to $20,000." No. Okay, this is reverse split adjusted. If you took the current price and you multiply by all the ratios that have happened in the past for this company, and I think it's even worse. No, well, worse. Yeah, $125 million. No, it was not $125 million. No, it was not. Well, that's 66,000. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. But $66,000. Sorry. What? I don't understand what this is. Anyway, don't think it ever got up there. But of course, what traders are looking at is yes, it did get up to 400. This is true. Almost 500. It did. It actually did. And then it had the big collapse. Yeah, it's down 12% now, isn't it? Paying earnings. Boy, yeah. I mean, look at that. All the way, you'd still be in it. You'd still be in it all the way. Yeah, you get that little buy flag there. Maybe you take some off if you had shorted this, but you'd be in it, in it, in it, in it, in it all the way. Well, if that's a, SMX has a 15 cent spread, it's widened now, but if well, a little bit. That's pretty good. If a stock like this has a 15-cent spread, that is really good for a stock like this that can move multiple dollars, and with that spread or the float, only a million. Okay, guys, I'm done with the Mobileye. Okay, Gold, you got the lead on this one now. Done with the Mobileye. Okay, just didn't want to take out 12. I was watching this like a hawk, and so I'm completely done on the Mobileye short. Very happy with what happened. And now I'll throw gold on. That whole number could not get through that whole number. So even though, and actually a little buy flag. Now, just because if you have trade wave, you got it low. Just because you see a buy flag, don't necessarily mean you pile into the trade. Okay, it's just telling you the trend is starting to change. For how long? We don't know. Look, you see how it, see a little blue now? And that's the whole thing. We don't know how long that trend is going to change. And BY, okay, let's take a look. So right here, okay. So if I had been in this one, I would have been in. I wouldn't have taken anything out until here. Okay, the minute it started to flatten out, and then I'd still be in it. Maybe this would have got me out some more. So I mean, it's up to you. Okay. Oh, and not. Oh, I thought. I'm sorry. I think you meant 9:55. 9:55. Well, you're kind of chasing it, though, aren't you? You're kind of chasing it, in my opinion. I mean, it already had a big move up. That would be what I see. Unless you were looking at this dip here and you thought, okay, the dip is over. I mean, it's possible you could have looked at that, but for me, for me, I wouldn't have been taking that trade up here because I would feel like I'm chasing it. That's all I can say about that one. Okay. Well, the problem is you're in fairly late. I mean, there's nothing stopping it. I mean, $10 could stop it. Okay. But if you had got in earlier, you could still be in it. Yes. It just gets, for me, it gets a little dicey also as it gets closer to $10 to me is a really tough psychological number to get through. Wave or no wave. Okay. But, listen, I mean, this is just what I see. Okay. I mean, it's not, you have to really, if you're, I mean, it's still so, it's new to me still. I mean, I look at it and it's still kind of new to me. I mean, if I saw this, I'd never be chasing it. But if I saw the buy flag here, and when it is, basing, kind of consolidating, yeah, that would get me interested. If I saw the buy flag, that's a question for Dan again. Okay, keep hammering at him. When or if will it be possible to create a scan that shows the buy flag or the sell flag as an alert, a real time alert? Now, yes, you can go here, click on new, and then go down to Market Explorer, right click in the body here, select the strategy, box pops up, go down to Trade Wave, another box pops up, click on the Trade Wave buy, 5 minutes. This is a scan. You cannot adjust it in terms of a price range or anything else. But you saw something in the scan that you don't like in terms of a price range, fine. But it's based on a 5 minute chart also. And so look at TW. What time is it now? 11. So TW, there should be a buy flag. It should be a buy flag right there. Yes. Now, does that mean you absolutely pounce on the trade? I mean, it's up to you. It has to be something that makes sense to you. But you will. But this scan is designed to show you when you do get a buyer. I don't think on the sell, but only the buys. So take a look at Lucy here. There was a little buy flag there for Lucy. But the ideal situation would be to have your own scan, that you create, and then as your trigger, as most of you know, you have to have a trigger, a new high of the day, new low of the day, new 5 minute high, new 5 minute low. Your trigger being when is a buy flag generated or a sell flag generated. Well, gold, I'm glad we could profit both ways. That's the beauty of trading. We can help each other also. All right, guys, 11:24. I wish I'd seen this a little earlier. This is Bed Bath and Beyond. It had a pop a few days ago. There's some board member, or maybe the chairman of the board, is taking over the CEO position also, and that popped the stock for a couple of days. But I mean, this stock, you know what? We're underneath six now. But unfortunately, I would feel like I'm chasing it down. If I'd seen it maybe up in this area here, but it is now breaking down below the whole number. The next low looking left is 550, so there's a little bit of room, and that is BBBY. Whoa, look at IVA here. IVA, what's the volume like? Not bad. The next high in a monthly chart is way up here, same as the weekly chart. The daily chart could be interesting, guys. IVA. Um, Inventiva, don't know anything about them. Oh, UBS, sorry. UBS raises from neutral, raises the price target to 12 from 3. Okay, so that must be the reason. I'm trying to see if there's any other reason. So that could be interesting. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's massively extended here. The longer it holds over 5, this could be an interesting one. I mean, and basically because of the room it's got, $8 is the next high on the weekly chart. Watch this one, guys. The longer it holds over 5, a little bit of I don't understand what's happening here. Why there's a little gap? Put a press alert just a little bit above this, okay, and see if it holds at 5 level. It's a big float, okay. They don't all have to be low floats, but You know, so it's a big float, so you wouldn't expect it to be so volatile. Big float for a $2 stock. Okay, guys, we have about half an hour left before Dan starts his stream. This usually I get well, Pepe finds something for me to get into. He starts a new YouTube stream, so you just can't go over to my stream on YouTube. So when I get the link, I'll put the link in both the current YouTube room and of course the main room. And again, take the opportunity to listen to the CEO of Trade Ideas. Why not, William? Why not? Okay. Let's see. Boy, the RGC, unbelievable. And I don't think there's any news, right? Can anybody find any news on this one? Even back here a couple of days ago, other than it's just a trading vehicle. I knew you'd say something, William. So develop. I didn't say to take the trade, but if you had taken the trade, you'd be up about what, $2 or $3 now for the RGC. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, give me about 2 minutes. Okay, I'll be back in about 2 minutes. All right, guys, I'm oh boy, it's going to be hard for me to do. Why? Yeah, why is it zero? I'd have to see the top list, but does it have any customs in it? And it's also your like symbols. What, no custom. Can you just, okay, can you but it's your custom, it's not custom, but it's just your like symbols. Oh, man. What about other races? You're not getting the zeros, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, and you said your other VWAP. Okay, so you're running another race. Why and you've attached, well, of course, you have to have attached because that's how it's generating the symbols, right? So you know that NBTS and all those other ones, IBIO, PROK, those are that's in your liked symbol list. You know what I'll do? Just for fun, I think I have a like symbol list. Just for fun, let me create a race. Let me duplicate this race. No, 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 no. Actually, yeah, I can do that. Just give me a moment. But I'm gonna have to, okay, give me a moment. I have to adjust this because I don't wanna have any filters in. I just wanna have the symbol. This just wanna, okay, I'm just gonna get rid of all this. Yeah, so nothing. Okay. So, okay, so I must have a lot. I mean, I haven't used my liked in ages. Okay, so ICCT, is this a cheap little stock? Yeah, that's why. Okay, so if I'm getting numbers here, these are really cheap stocks. Some of them are very cheap stocks. So I'm getting numbers. Now, so why would you not, when I say numbers, I'm getting the price of the stock here. I'm using my like, I don't know. I don't know. Gotta be a reason. Yeah, I don't know. A new one on me. And I don't know if Pepe has any explanation. Because obviously you can attach your like symbols to your top list and run a race on it. Why they're all zero, I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, no, but you saw I attached my like symbol to a race, and there was no issue. So I don't know. Hey, they all say zero. There's gotta be a logical reason, I just don't know what it is, I'm sorry. Maybe. Pepe says, "Try removing the symbols from the race and then adding it back." Maybe, even doing things like account reset. I mean, I just don't know. Maybe Chris can help, but maybe try, remove the symbols from the race and then adding them back. I could not duplicate it. That's the issue, I could not duplicate it, and, so when I cannot duplicate it, really hard to know what's going on. Maybe Chris can help. You can go info a trade. If doing what Pepe suggested to remove the symbols and then put them back. Yeah, what he said though, but it's a little difficult to remove the symbols. Okay, how many symbols are in there? In your like symbols? How many would there be? Or maybe add one, or I don't know. Oh, uncheck the mic list for my like from the race configuration. Okay, uncheck it. Oh, I see. Uncheck it and then add it back. Oh, I see what he means. Okay, I thought you meant to like remove all the symbols and then add them back in. Yeah, so uncheck it and then add it back and see what happens. And see if Pepe still deserves his genius status if that works. Some would disagree. Where is that, PJ? Boy, SMR guys. So again, it had a bit. I wouldn't call that a big down day yesterday, actually, but little stop and the move up. But we're at the high of yesterday now for SMR. So the nukes, the next high is 2099. So there is room. There is some room for this to go. Yeah, so you can see that OKLO is up not quite 5%. This is a double ETF designed for it. So it'll be double the move, OKLO. Sorry, OKLL is the ETF designed for OKLO. It's an ETF. So you'll get two times the move. But remember, if OKLO, the stock drops 1%, this will drop 2%. Tiger have a pop yesterday, William? Didn't Tiger have some kind of a pop? Oh no, it had to drop and then it kind of came back a bit. Remember this one? You pointed this one out yesterday on the Tiger, TIGR, but it is moving down now. Now look what's happening, guys. Remember all those gold, all those silver plays at the beginning of the day that were doing this? Look at the rebound now. These are great examples of, of a gap down and reverse. So my guess, I'd be shocked if silver isn't moving higher. I'd still be down for the day, but yeah, you can see that silver is in the recovery mode now. SLV. Okay, this is the silver trust, of course, but so CDE, GFI, a lot of AG. I'm sure a lot of the silver plays are going to look just like this. And meanwhile, the market just put in a big little pop here. A little bit choppy today, but nice move. I looked at my. I don't think there's anything in the economic calendar today that's of note. And American Airlines is popping a bit here, guys. 1632 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. See if the ETF for the industry is moving. Maybe that's not it. What is it? Jets? Maybe it's Jets. Yeah, a little bit. Not down. All right. Now, look. I am not going to lose sight of this blue. Okay. Maybe in the afternoon it'll really start to give it up. Look at the buy, sell, buy. So direction unknown, really. The VWAP is down here around 2367. I better put a placeholder in that area in case it takes that out later on. I'm surprised again that it's holding. Well, guys, SMR continues to make its move here. So the nukes are trying to come back. But remember, I mean, most of these stocks are going to look like this: OKLO, LTBR, NNE, and SMR. You know, had big moves 3 months ago, and then the big drop. So yes, they are trying to come back. There's the next high looking left on the daily chart, getting closer, 2090. Wow, I've got the only reason I see this, I have a thumbnail from yesterday, HSAI, and again, pretty choppy, but just ripping now. And the next high looking left is yesterday's high, 27.25. I'm not going to do anything now. I'm going to be taking my break soon, so I'm not going to enter into anything right now. Well, I have to have my head read though. Oh no, I don't. I thought that said 5:30. Remember, we're looking at IVA. I thought that said 5:30. Still hasn't broken out yet, IVA. Yeah, William, I often wonder what I look like bald. What would those bumps tell? I don't even know. Luckily, I've got a big head of hair still. All right, there's the link. Thank you, Pepe. So there is the link to get into the. I don't know if he's there right now. Let's take a look. Yeah, he's there now. So Dan is there now. Looks like. Okay, YouTubers. This is the link. Okay, it looks like he's there now. There's the link to get into Dan's stream. So I think what I'll do is I'll take my break now, okay? Because that means he's probably going to take off maybe at 10 to 1. So I will take my break now and I'll say I'll be back at about 10 to 1. Well, he may stay later. That's how enthusiastic he is. Ask questions, okay? Yeah, I hear Dan actually, so he's there now. Okay, guys, I hear Dan, so head over. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know if Dan is still going, but I'm back now. And we get rid of the announcement. All right, let us see. Now I'm watching the glue, guys. The glue is starting to move down a bit. Well, it's starting to move down. It's still a little bit choppy. I'd love to see a real defined move down. Yeah, so we're underneath 24 now. Talking about the glue. What? Ah, okay. Interesting, William. All right, guys, momentous, MNTS. Momentous, MNTS, on the move here, on the move here. And it's got the high today, I think, was around 1485. So there's still some room to the high of the day. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I am back again. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this momentous. Okay, I mean, it has been a little bit choppy, but I mean, it looks. I mean, looking left, it's obviously got all this room up here. $18. I'm not saying it's going to get to 18 today or ever, but boy, it's got all that room, and it's had a nice day. Still kind of near the high of the day. What do they do? Not that it matters that much, but what the heck does Momentous do? Again, I know I looked at them yesterday, of course, but In space infrastructure services, office space transportation. Oh, so okay, it's in that sector. Okay. Okay. BX, that news is gold. Okay. Let's see if it makes any sense what they them trades is saying. BX. In terms of a down. Oh, I see. I see. I see. That's part of what you were saying, William. Trump pushing to ban institutional investors buying of single family homes. Okay. So yeah, so looking at the home builders, yeah, that's not great news for them. All right. It's funny, William. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage again. Last time for the day, maybe. I might do it one more time. I was surprised to see that the promo code was still alive today, and I guess to the end of the week. So this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so you can get 28% off a premium annual subscription. Premium annual. You can get 25% off a standard annual, and you can get 25% off a premium monthly and a standard monthly. And remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, the 25% you're getting off on the month is for the first month only. After that, it'll go to the full price. Okay. And again, all I ask, please use my code, whatever it is, happens to be this right now. Use my code, helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the use of the promo code. So it really helps. I'm moderating a YouTube room. And if you're in YouTube, the trading room, both are free. And the more people use my code, the more people, the company doesn't mind keeping the rooms free. If you're in YouTube right now and you're looking for a little more action amongst traders, interaction amongst traders, come into the main room, the trading room. It's free also. Okay. And this room is actually open at quarter to 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I open YouTube at around 8:30. Get on the mic for both rooms at 9 o'clock. This room actually I'll usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 or later if there are questions. But William, I don't know if you answered earlier, William, 3:45 ish again today. Yes. Oh, give me a break. Give me a moment, guys. Yes. Okay. Okay. I was talking about momentous, right? I was talking about momentous. So I've taken some off. Okay. Just as I was doing all this. Yeah, nice, nice. Where is it? Nice move. I'm not saying it's been easy. It's been really choppy. In fact, I almost got out. It got back down just over 14. I almost took myself out of the trade, and then I got really rewarded. Got up to 1470 or something. So that's momentous. MNTS 345. Okay. William will keep the room open until 3:45 ish. Okay, even after I've left. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, go to the click on my homepage link, go to the education section, and getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. This is not something you should do. This is something you must do. Okay. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you've been looking at all this, remember the rooms are free. Anybody can come in. Well, we let William in. Haha. Just William's a subscriber, but if you start off with the second video and go to the end, that should give you an idea about whether or not this is the right type of program, at least to try. You can try us for a month. You know, it's a monthly contract, or just month to month, but you can cancel anytime. If you're new to trading, for you, for you, free series of videos. Okay, you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas. Also, these are all free. So if you're new to trading, I would take a look at these. There are about 15 videos here. Okay. And I always keep forgetting to do this, but if you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the bottom a little bit, and you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder first before you contact us. Okay? Last, if you're looking for, I call them scans, information that I'm currently sharing, I mean, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So, you have the large cap gainers is here. You've got the wide open race is right here. The volatile race is right here. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. I don't have it showing. I actually have it up running today, though. I don't have it showing, though. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and the pre-market actors down. Pulsar zooms is over here. I do have a couple others that I'm sharing. I do have my gap scan up on my other monitor. I don't have the momentum and I don't have the Tepe combo scan, but you can ask me questions about them. The fact I don't have them up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm trying to pare down the number of screens I have to look at. So if you have any questions about any of this, don't be shy. And you can see why I like Momentous. I mean, I get, look left, look left, look left, $18. I'm not saying it was going to get there, but at least you didn't have to worry about any chart resistance. So via Pari, what I would do is go to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, I don't get into that. Whoops, give me a moment. Man, having a tough time spelling here. Yeah, just tell them what you want to do. Okay, tell them what you want to do. Info@trade-ideas.com, and give them your email address. So look up your account and see what they can do for you. I just don't have access to accounts. Okay, probably they would extend it, but I don't know. I don't know how they work it, but I'm sure they'll work out something that you like. Okay. Yeah. Well, Real is just doing. I think the NQs. I think that's it. I think he just specializes in that, and he decided to do that. Well, several years ago, I think. Oh man, momentous. I mean, well on a weekly. Okay, I should have looked at the weekly chart first. So the weekly chart actually, it still has room though. It still has room. Well, actually, I'm wrong. 1874 is the same as this day, so it's about the same. Weekly and the daily the same. Wow, 15, 15. Punch it through. It's still a rush, guys. You get into a trade, and all of a sudden, it's doing nothing, and then all of a sudden, it has the spurt. I don't care how long I've been trading. Yeah, I saw that, William. That your till. Yeah, inches way up over 7 certainly, and then up to 7:30. So I almost have too much going on, okay? I might have to, get rid of one of the races. Guys, I have a slight interest in the ACH, okay? A slight interest in this one, ACH. Oh, I see Pepe. Okay, okay. Yeah, so unusual tech. So yeah, sometimes, oh man, sorry guys, I'm getting distracted here with the MNTS. Um, Sometimes it hasn't happened to me very often, but I used to every now and then. And Unusual is having a problem with his top list window and his personal list running a race. And sometimes, yeah, the top list it just gets corrupted for some reason, or a window can get corrupted just for some reason. You drive yourself crazy trying to figure out why. So instead of that, yeah, just delete it and get a new one. Hasn't happened to me in a long time, and I think that's probably why I didn't really think of it. Now, GME actually switched on us guys at the early on in the day. This was a gap up and go, but now it is a gap up and reverse GME. Too late for me now, but and of course, momentous. Again, guys, you've got to have that reentry. You got to have it. If you have our AI and you don't have the reentry column, and we look at it now. Now, granted, I'm not saying this was as like smooth from 1261, but it requires that keep watching the stock. So from 1261 getting over 15, again, I'm not saying you wouldn't have taken anything off between 1261 and $15, but here's another one that might be interesting is the HSAI. This is only reason I see it. It's just I have it thumbnailed. Look at it. Look at it. Look what it's doing. Just basing, basing, basing. The high yesterday was 27.29. So, I mean, you can kind of see. And what did it get to today? Got up to 27.20, kind of where it is now. I mean, you can kind of see if it takes out. I'm going to put an alert at 27.35 just to see if it can take out yesterday's high by about a dime. And who knows, maybe might move from there. The next high on a monthly chart is 28.71. Take a look here. That's the same. So there would be some room on a weekly chart anyway for it to keep running if it wants to. Or 2 on the move. By the way, where are you, Unusual Tech? Was it you? Unusual Tech, was that you? I think you were asking about NBY, right? Don't look at it now, okay? Yeah, man. I don't think yeah, there it is. Momentous did win 4 races also. So I took some off, okay? I mean, I took some off right in this level here when it had that big, big jump. The only reason I would do that is because it has been, a little bit choppy all day. It has not been smooth all the way up. So I was worried, excuse me, always worried that could be some big selling pressure that comes in and, drops it way under 15 again or under 14 again. So that's why, it was just sort of a protective sell of some of my position. Yeah, there probably was a time. Where's NBY? I have it anywhere. Did it win any race? Oh, there you are. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there was a pullback here, but oh, go, go, go. I did hear the tail end of Dan talking about news. Just curious what you guys think. I know he doesn't think news means anything. You agree with him? Don't agree with him? See his point? Don't see his point? I mean, I like looking at the news in the morning. Okay, I like to see if there's any news that's causing a stock maybe to run, and then try to make some kind of a little determination about whether. No, you just don't know though whether or not that you think that news is significant enough to keep it rolling, or at least the interest during the day. And that's exactly William. So I entirely agree with him. I think it's just a confirmation, a little more of a confirmation, perhaps. He's right. The relative volume, things like that. They basically tell you that something's going on. I think what happens with some people though is they get too married to the news. They see a story and they think, "Wow, this is going to rip." And so even if it starts to drop, they think, "Ah, it doesn't matter. It's going to come back." And then even if they had a stop in place, they just don't agree. They don't obey it because they think, "Oh no, come on, the news is so good." That is, I think, can be the problem of the news is getting too married to it, married to a stock because of news. So, for instance, William, when you saw that news about potentially banning institutional buyers, when did you actually see it? And could you have taken advantage, or use Blackstone? I'm just using Blackstone as an example, or any one of the home builders. Like by the time you read the news, saw the news, were was say KBH. I mean, again, I'm just using this as a really specific example. Was there still an opportunity to take it? About 2 minutes before AMH was halted. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, it was halted at what 12:50. It was halted. All right, well, 30:20, and it got down to 28:88, so that's not bad. Now, I don't know if you had heard the news right there, 12:44. All I'm saying is that for the most of the part, even if you have a service like Williams, a lot of times, I mean, by the time you actually read the news and figure out what you might want to do, I mean, the stock may have already gone down a lot or up a lot. I'm not saying it has no merit, though. Certainly, I don't quite agree with Dan. I like to see if there's any news, just to uh, just to see whether or not there's like any sort of a reason that might make sense for a stock to be in play most of the day. That's all. Other All right. So the chairman. Oops, ooh, okay. So the CEO. This is what William was talking about. The CEO of Cosmos, Gregorius Theokas, but it said that he bought 133,953 at 54 cents. So yeah, it's a bit of money. Oh, was there news on LDI also? Just looking yesterday. Why is Goldman? Why do they care about this? Oh, Loan Depot. Right, right, right. Of course. Housing. Oh, this one went up. Goldman lowers the target to 240 from 3. Why do they care about this one? Well, I didn't take it, guys, but the HSAI is making a nice little move now. I didn't take it. HSAI, not a bad little move. The next high is, oh, it's right there. That's why I didn't take it. So it's right there. It's right at the high of yesterday. I put the alert just a little bit above that. So we could get a price alert immediately. Relation, right? STZ, the yeah, beer, wine, spirits, etc. Well, the retailer is looking pretty darn good. Lots of drinking over the holidays. I don't know. Not that I would ever try to predict what would happen when they release earnings after hours today. This was an earnings. Ooh, okay. HSAI. Okay, had a little pop, minor minor drop. I can lend you mine now, William. Oh, you see, you never. So you don't have to buy. You don't have to own it. I'll just lend it to you. Oh, okay, guys. Yeah, too bad. I wish I'd taken the HSAI now. A little bit of room still. It has about $1 to that high in the monthly, and the same on the weekly. It's funny you mentioned Power Hour. I haven't really thought about the Power Hour for a while, like years, literally. But yesterday, well, I think I told you guys I took a late trade in glue. Unfortunately, I did not hold on at all. I think I made about a dollar fifty, between a dollar 50 and $2. This was a late trade. If I look at a 15-minute chart, and right here, yeah, that was around 345. And you see, before then, this stock had done nothing. So I hadn't seen that one at all. And it showed up, I think, on that compare count window or some window. You know what? It might have been a race. It might have been a race. Hadn't seen it at all. I was already at the top. I said, well, what's happening? And so, yeah, I ended up taking some. I unfortunately did not hold any. Woke up this morning and was about $10 above where I got it, more than that even. But anyway, uh, I have seen a few like this now late. It's a matter of my sitting back down at the computer and maybe just nailing some of these. I was very lucky. Well, the spread wasn't terrible, as I recall. The spread wasn't terrible. SOC, that's Sable Offshore or something. Yeah, Sable Offshore. Okay, ugly now. Yeah, wow, ugly now. Well, the low last month was $4 or so. Maybe they have the same PR form as SMX. Oh, okay. Okay, here. How about this one, guys? Clar, just over the whole number, KLAR. But when you look left, little areas it could stall. So it's not. I'm not interested in it. Actually, wait a minute. 31.28, and then the next high after that is 31.95. So there's a little bit of room for KLAR. Boy, what a nice run. So if you're in this one here early, you're in, and then you take some profit right here. Not everything though. And then you hold it, hold it, hold it. Not everything because it did not turn orange. But if you got in right here, you see, that's the problem. You get in here, then it's a lot harder, a lot easier, of course, in a little earlier to hold on to, some of your shares, even when it does this. Come on, guys, it's only phase one. I mean, look, I suppose if it took out the high, it's not a low float though, 61 million. If it took out the high, I mean, I guess Why not? Where is the next high on a monthly chart? So it's a high of 27, and this is back in November of 2021. So 4 years ago, over a little over 4 years ago, approaching that high right there. I don't have that many, but I have a million. There are a million at Interactive Brokers, and they did let me short it. Hmm. I wish it had a little more room. I wish this weren't here. The CRML looks kind of interesting, though. CRML. It's had the buy flag. It's got through the VWAP, not that far above the VWAP. And but I look at this 2 minute, even the 5 minute. To me, there could be some resistance around the 1340 mark. So, but if boy, too bad because it has room to 14. But I just look at this here at 1340, and it could stall it. You guys were talking about Beyond Meat before. What the heck is happening? So it's over $1. It's just a trade. I guess this is just a trade. When I say that, because I don't see any news on this, this is just, a trade. Number one setup? Well, I don't know, something that's near the high of the day, a little bit of consolidation near the high of the day, and then a pop through the high of the day. And when you look left, a ton of room. That would be my number one setup. That's why I click on a lot of symbols all day long because I'm not going to, I don't know what I'm going to see. Yeah, so I don't know if this one was actually ever down for the day or, well, it might have been, yeah, 35. Yes, it was. So amazing, the recovery of the gold and silver stock. Remember, silver, gold, well, both gold is still slightly under. Let's take a look at silver. Yeah, silver is still kind of weak. It's 4% under, but we've had so many of the gold and silver stocks that just came off the bottom and just ran. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Time is in now 1:37. So I may only have about 20 minutes left unless there are questions. You keep me interested with questions. I'll certainly stick around. B. Riley. I haven't seen this one for a while, guys. So what's happening with this one? 626. So it's too close. Too close. Like the idea, a little bit of consolidation and through the whole number, but looking left is too close for me to take the trade. And I looked at this one a little earlier. There's critical metals. Yeah, just to me, it just got certainly on a weekly chart. There's room. I mean, there's the high right there, 1388. So there's a little bit of room on that weekly chart. But I would feel like I'm chasing it a little bit with the wave. If a wave flattens out a little bit, and there's Obi plugging away. AMCI, AMCI. Ooh, big pop though too on volume. Not a lot of volume today. Look at that relative volume, just putrid. But all of a sudden, some volume did come in. AMC Robotics. I guess this is an IPO last month. Yeah, on the move here. Yeah, I wonder if there's any news that's hitting. We look at a daily chart for this one. The next high is that right? So it's taken out the 811. The next high is well, it's got some room. 868, 868 on the daily chart. Let's see if it rests at all. Maybe pulls back to the top of the cloud or the wave. Yeah, I should have realized there was something going on with this ELAB. Another split, 510,000. What was the ratio? Reverse split adjusted. This was at 78,000. 1 to 4. Okay. So 1 to 4. Wonder why I felt they had to do, what was the price yesterday? 1 to 4. So it was a little over a dollar. Sale. Haven't seen sale in a long time. Sale. Just over the whole number. Next high looking left is 2060. So there's a little bit of room. Okay, a little bit of room. Some volume came in to sale. Spread's not bad. Cents. Wave is up. What could go wrong? The only thing I see though is that the relative volume is only 0.91. So I mean, it's not really trading normally. And sometimes it's skewed by some big giant day, but it's not trading like abnormally. Doesn't mean that if the volume keeps picking up, the relative volume will change, of course. Okay, so we're in a bit of a meandering market. We have the move down, move up, move down, the move up, move down. Hey guys, I might only have 15 minutes left, so if you have any questions, William, you are too funny. I'm gonna run this race. This is the reverse of the biggest gainers from the start of the race. These are on large cap. This is the large cap losers from the start of the race. I just want to see something though, because what I should see up here is the ones is down the most in the race. And Pepe, I've had that problem. I think we talked about this. And even if I change the descending and ascending, at least because this is, what you want to see is the one that's down the most at the top. And so I've got it on ascending. I'll change it to descending. And it takes about 30 seconds for the race to get going. I don't know why. This is the, oh, I know why. Our, our old top list used to update every 30 seconds, so I guess that is the reason. Now, let's see if this is it. Or maybe that's it. I think that what we wanted to see was like a minus, but it is, okay, that should be it. Somebody came in the room. I think I saw a question about flipping this one to a short. Well, one's moving down. It was Nagira. I don't know if you're. I don't know if you're in the room right now. It should be it, though, Pepe. Yeah, I thought there was a problem when we looked at this a long time ago, several months ago. So if Nagira, you're around, I can show you. You know, it's easy enough to do something like this, showing stocks on the way down. Now, Iva, let's save this. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is a terrible spread for a $5 stock, 506, 514. Relative volume is great, 15. I mean, it's trading 15 times normal, but it's just not trading that much. It doesn't like the volume is just, I mean, most of the volume is right here. Or a lot of the volume was right here. Well, guys, this is a lifetime high for this stock. I mean, that would be it. Basically, a lifetime top high for ARMN out of my hometown, Vancouver. Well, that's interesting. They are in Colombia. Now, that's pretty interesting. What's happening? Gold mining. Okay, is this one resting? This is kind of resting a little bit, guys. The GHRS, okay? 2 days ago, it did get up to around 19. So it's just kind of resting a little bit. It's pulled back, and then it's starting to move again. The high today was 1759. It's not a high float, but it's certainly not a low float out of Ireland. Vancouver, Vancouver. Wow. Okay, my hometown now. Yeah, right. I was. Born in Montreal, you're right. My hometown now, Vancouver. My current abode, how's that? My current abode is Vancouver. Oh yeah, it's very it's a beautiful little city, Victoria, capital of British Columbia. Whoa, look at MNTS. Sorry to say I don't have any left, but MNTS just took a big pop. We got out, on this. If it had been just a little less frisky earlier on in the day, I may have held on to some, but no. Machete in our YouTube, or okay, Machitero, Machiteros forever in our YouTube room. So let's take a look at sound. He's talking about SOUN, Soundhound. We've seen that one for a while. So I'm not really sure what you're looking at here. Is that a nice, 3 days? Certainly not on a daily chart or intraday chart. Looks like, in fact, it looks like it might be a potential short. Well, you start off by getting yourself a big bag of African night crawlers, William, and then you get some manure. Then you get a bunch of pails and drill holes in the sides and the top so they can breathe. And then build yourself an incubator. Rent some warehouse space and be prepared to shovel a lot. Sorry, guys, I'm just sort of fooling around here. This is from the main room. More complex than you think. Uh, Room temperature, nothing special. We didn't have to worry about temperature so much, other than, didn't want it to be freezing cold or anything, but, just normal, comfortable, we call it 70 degrees, I suppose, for you guys. The conveyor that we had to build, what was the key thing, you imagine, so you get this conveyor and it's going downhill, and you take your pail and you empty the pail, and it's basically all this muck. Well, it wasn't so mucky. It was fairly dry. But the worms, they bounce on the top of the conveyor, bounce, 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 bounce. The soil would fall, because of the size of the screener. Then another screener underneath, which would allow little eggs to get through, and the castings, which were fantastic for manure and all. But yeah, interesting process. People think I'm kidding. Unfortunately, I'm not. All right, guys. Well, it is now 1:56, so I'm kind of getting close, unless there are questions. Kind of getting close to the end for me. Not the end, but the end of the day. So what I will do, I'll go over my homepage one last time, very, very quickly, for people who may have missed it. Some people joined in really late. Yeah, no kidding, momentous on the highs. But I mean, what a run! I mean, it got down to 14.26 and then popped almost, well, not quite $2, right back up to 16. Okay, so as I said, this promo code, I guess it's going to be good until Friday anyway. So Berry 28 will get you 28% off a premium annual subscription, premium annual. 25, excuse me, using my 25% code will get you 25% off the standard annual subscription. And using the 25% code will give you off the first month only of a premium and standard subscription. First month only. Okay. And you take out a subscription, you've got to do this. Mandatory. You're getting started with trade ideas. Don't have the product. Take a look at the second. There are 12 videos. Take a look at the second one and go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. New to trading, back to basics is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them. And if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, click on that the center one that says custom scans. Here is what I'm currently sharing. Okay, so you can save my homepage link. You can take a look at them. What you can see are these two biggest scanners from the start of the race, and then I call this the volatile race. You can see when I say you can see the monitor that I'm sharing with everybody, and the also zooms. But I do have some other scans on my other two monitors. So for you, anybody who's left in YouTube, I do have to shut you guys down. Okay, I have to shut the room down. But if you click on my homepage link, you can still, if you still want to talk stocks, etc., you can click on my homepage link, go down to where it says the trading room, and you can sign into this room. It's free, and this room will be open till about 3:45. I won't be talking, and but I will have my screen up still. What I'll be looking at actually is to see if we do get some kind of a collapse for glue in the last 2 hours. Guys, I don't see any questions, so I think I might hang around for another minute or so in case there's some questions, and then I'll put myself on mute. All right. I don't see any questions, so I'll put myself on mute and I'll put the announcement up here. Room's still open, but I've left for the day. Hey guys, and anybody in YouTube, I'm shutting you down now.